Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Wednesday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in race number 1, scratched is number 8, Day Delight. Race 1, scratch 8, Day Delight. Races 2, 3, and 4 have no changes. No changes, races 2, 3, or 4. Race number 5, number 2, to Jennifer's credit, is off. Lasix, no Lasix for 2 to Jennifer's credit. And races 6 through 9 have no changes. No changes, races 6 through 9. The 10th race scratched is 5, Ham Sandwich. Race 10, scratch 5, Ham Sandwich. for race number one is on parade. One, Don't Poke the Bear, Ryan DeBrush for Ken Middleton Jr. and Dave Walls and James Grant. Number two is Nightclub Hanover, Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau and Francis Richard. Number three is Ideal Perception, Scott called for Anthony Beaton. Four is Called In Sick, Colin Keller for Tim Myers and David O'Macaulay. Number five, Rockin' Bow, Pat Houdon for Catherine Flanagan and Winters Racing. Number six, Delightful Leader, Daryl Thiessen for Melissa Flamboro. And seven, Armor Sister, Travis Henry for Gabby Sasso and Jeffrey Cochens and Martin West Racing. Nine is Last Beach, Paul McKenzie for Ben Wallace and Bolton Stables and Arlene Shirky. It's a field of eight for race number one. Let's look at this field, and we have to start with number three, Ideal Perception, one that loves racing on the half-mile track, especially at Grand River. Has just loved that oval. You do see this one with dominant wins back end of July and early August, and in fact that win in the preferred two class August the 7th, Ideal Perception effort 53 and 2, and that was off a 52 and 4 win there, and also did get a win in 52 and 3 at Grand River also this past year, and is one that's gone over Grand River in 51 and change in the past before as well. And you do see the career mark at Charlottetown, 51 and 1. So, Ideal Perception can fly around a half, can get off the gate with tremendous authority. Ideal Perception likely to grab the early lead and then be dominant. Ideal Perception 3 to 5. Others to look at in here, though, a couple on the inside. Don't Poke the Bear had missed a lot of time before the last start, and yet I thought was really sharp early and then hung in tough to the finish to race in 54 and 4. 27 and 2 came home strongly. Don't Poke the Bear, that was an impressive first start off a layoff. Maybe you could build on that and be a top two finisher here. 17 to 1 I think offers great value because I was really impressed with how sharp he looked. Number two, Nightclub Hanover, is one that, moves up in class off a win, set up by Richard Moreau, and does have gate speed 27 and 2 opening quarter here last time out, and could be an interesting trip horse in here. Nightclub Hanover, Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau is 5 to 1. And number 9, Last Beach. Well, Last Beach does have plenty of speed, and one this year that has only 2 wins but 8 runner-up finishes, so 10 out of 24 in the top 2. Most recently was a winner at Grand River in 54, winning comfortably. But it's the trailer post. We'll see if Paul McKenzie can figure out a plan for Last Beach from the trailer post. But certainly belongs overall with this group. But it's number 3, Ideal Perception, who's getting all the love, 2 to 5. The starter has called the field for race number one. It's a field of eight. Don't poke the bear. Nightclub Hanover, Ideal Perception on the inside. In the center, called in sick and rock and bow. To the outside, Delightful Leader, Armor Sister in last beach from the second tier. It's a field of eight. It's race number one. And it is post time. Here they come. Field four, race number one, is at the start in the rough. Ideal Perception, Don't Poke the Bear, Nightclub Hanover, Called in Sick, and then Last Beach Racing Fifth, then Rock and Bow, Delightful Leader, and Armor Sealster. Right now, Nightclub Hanover with the lead. Still driving to the outside is Ideal Perception, Don't Poke the Bear is on the inside, racing position third, and it is Ideal Perception who's going to now sweep up and get the lead. Nightclub Hanover fills the pocket, Don't Poke the Bear is third. Last Beach fourth, and then Called in Sick and Rock and Bowen, Delightful Leader and Armor Sealster, and Ideal Perception can be perceived on a lead of a length and a half right now. 27-3 the opening quarter. Nightclub Hanover is second. Don't Poke the Bear inside third. Three from the front. In front of Last Beach as they race off the turn, and they work on towards us. Then it is back to Called in Sick. Rock and Bow rocks to the outside. Trailing pair, Delightful Leader and Armor Sealster. Ideal Perception, halftime 57-29 and 2 second panel. Last Beach now moving up first over. Nightclub Hanover still in the pocket, and Don't Poke the Bear is on the inside racing fourth. Rock and Bow is second over fifth on the back of Last Beach, who's getting a little bit closer. Then it is back to Called in Sick. Delightful Leader and Armor Sealster. Ideal Perception, Last Beach chipping away, length and a quarter back. Nightclub Hanover's on the inside third. Rock and Bow is rocking fourth. Don't Poke the Bear's fifth to the inside. And then it is back to Called in Sick. Delightful Leader and Armor Sealster. Ideal Perception. They race to the top of the stretch. 125 and 1 3/4, 28 and 1/3 panel. And Ideal Perception is strong. Last Beach, Nightclub Hanover, Don't Poke the Bear on the inside on down the stretch. Round they come. Ideal Perception, Nightclub Hanover, Don't Poke the Bear. Last Beach as they come to the finish. Ideal Perception wins it. Last Beach was second. Then Nightclub Hanover and Don't Poke the Bear, 153 and 4. Back in front of us, there are three Ideal Perceptions. Scotty Coulter is the winning driver. 10 Tornado scores in race number one. 6-year-old American Ideal Bay horse, owned and trained by Anthony Beaton. 8th win this year, 24th lifetime. Ideal Perception. The first race payouts 3 Ideal Perception, 220, 210, 210. 9 Last Beach for 40, 220. 2 Nightclub Hanover, 210. $2 Exactor, 1030. Dollar Try, 1410. Dollar Super, 8040. The first race order finished from the top down. 431 657 8 scratch 2. That's 431 657 8 scratch 2. the field for the second on parade one, Unison, Dan Meekins for Doug Bowens and Mark Meekins. Number two is Hank the Hunk, Larry Small for Jay Conklin and Joyce Jones. Number three, Bad in Shanghai, Walter Timsio drives and trains and owns. Four is Redland Wrangler, Paul McKenzie for Steve Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. Five is Red Hot Redemption, Steve Houdon for Louis F. Timiatis and Hardy F. Timiatis. Number six, Highway Vagabond, Jason Ryan for Mike Sumner and Shay Sumner. Number seven, Atlas Marigold, John Ratchford for Neil McInnes and Sarah Jane Stables. Eight is Happy Nays, Samuel Fillion for Jason Woodward and RD Cigar Stable. And nine is Dance Like a Skipper, Scott Quilliver, Paul Coulter, and Emma and George and Avery Longstreet. It's a field of nine for race number two. Let's get a look at the main players in this dash for race number two. And first of all, we'll go to the trailer post. And nine, Dance Like a Skipper. Well, a perfect 2 for 2. And worry about the trailer post. Well, last race was more than 10 lengths back. The quarter and yet came on to win with a 28-2 final quarter. So Dance Like a Skipper certainly has proven the ability to race from off the pace. We'll see if there's gate speed on the inside. Unison, just a qualifier, and opening quarter was 31-4, so that may or not qualify. And Hank the Hunk made breaks early in miles, so Dance Like a Skipper may have to figure out how to get around getting off the gate, but still I have a lot of faith in this Dally Colt, who's perfect so far in 2 starts. Number 6, Highway Vagabond, though, is one that raced from well off the pace last race, had the lead, but just eventually tired. But still, it was a pretty sharp effort. I would not be shocked if Highway Vagabond off of that one came back to be a strong contender here. Problem is 15 starts and no wins, 1 second and 2/3. So Highway Vagabond, did race better last race, a lot better. But still, you want to see this one eventually show that he can win. Highway Vagabond and Jason Ryan, 8-1. Number 4, Redland Wrangler. This is one I've been really impressed with of late. The last 3 starts, consistently gets off the gate well. Now gets a little bit better post position. Is winless in 21, but Redland Wrangler to me looks like one that's sitting on a win. Could be something coming soon. Could be coming here in just a couple of minutes. Redland Wrangler and Paul McKenzie for Steve Charlton has really looked good, 4-1. And number 2, Hank the Hunk. Well, I mentioned the early breaks. You do see this one coming in off of back-to-back breaks and then had to qualify, and also breaks back in 2 starts in Grand River. So has made breaks in each of the last 4 starts. So Hank the Hunk, who does flash a lot of speed, you do see this one flashing all kinds of speed, but just can't seem to keep it together. Hank the Hunk, 3-year-old shadow play gelding that's 0 for 5 on the top 3 because just has not been able to find any consistency. The talent is there, inconsistent, 8-1. Gate is rolling for the second. Unison, Hank the Hunk, and Bad in Shanghai on the inside. Redland Wrangler and Red Hot Redemption in the center to the outside. Highway Vagabond, Atlas Marigold, and Happy Days in the second tier. Dance Like a Skipper. It's a field of 9 for the second. Here they come. And the field for the second race. At the start of the rough, Redland Wrangler is going to rump out. Happy Days from the outside. Unison along to the inside. Then it is Bad in Shanghai. And the field works the way around the turn. Unison with the lead. Unison, Redland Wrangler. Bad in Shanghai is third. Then racing fourth is Atlas Marigold. Happy Days is fifth. And sixth is Hank the Hunk. Dance Like a Skipper got away seventh from the trailer post. Then it is Red Hot Redemption and Highway Vagabond. And the field works their way on past the opening quarter. Unison, Dan Meekins has the lead. Redland Wrangler is 2 1/4 lengths back, racing position second. Bad in Shanghai third. Atlas Marigold is fourth, and now angles to the outside. Hank the Hunk is on the outside as well. Saving ground up the pylons is Happy Days. Then it is back in seventh to Dance Like a Skipper, who has yet to move, is following Hank the Hunk on the outside. And then the trailing pair, they are Highway Vagabond and Red Hot Redemption. 58-3 halftime. Unison and Dan Mickens leads on into the backstretch. The advantage right now is about 3.5 or 4. Redland Wranglers racing second. Atlas Marigold third. Bad in Shanghai. Hank the Hunk. And then Happy Days and Dance Like a Skipper is still seventh. As Unison continues to march. Redland Wrangler second and closing ground on Unison, and third is Atlas Marigold. Hank the Hunk is racing fourth, and then Bad in Shanghai and Dance Like a Skipper with a lot of work to do. It is Unison still with the lead. Redland Wrangler, Atlas Marigold, Hank the Hunk, and Dance Like a Skipper on down the stretch drive they come. Unison, Redland Wrangler up Mackenzie Lane to the outside. Atlas Marigold. Unison and Atlas Marigold. Atlas Marigold might have gotten there against Unison. Then Hank the Hunk and Redland Wrangler 157-3. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 2. It's number 7, Atlas Marigold, 3-year-old Betting a Line Bay colt, owned by Sarah Jane Stables of Mono. Neil McGinnis, the trainer. Todd Ratchford is the winning driver. It's the second win this year in lifetime. Atlas Marigold. The second race payout 7 Atlas Marigold. $60.60 to win. 1980 and 870, 1 Unison, 640 and 530. To Hank the Hunk, 420, $2 exactor, 430.10. Dollar try, 1900, 67.35. And a 20-cent super, 1411.55. Kaboom, shakalaka. And the double of 3 and 7, $177. The second race order finished in the top, 236498175. That's 236498175. Field for the third on parade. 2, Better Than Cash. Samuel Fillion for Gerard Demers and Gary Bickford. Number 3, The Devil You Know. Scotty Kohler for Steve Gassian and Beth Doyle. Number 4, Always Been Crazy. Preston Shaw for Emily Leake. 5 is Gascoigne Sunday. Austin Surrey drives for Rachel Andrew. Number 6, Raise U20. Daryl Thiessen for Jason Whitworth and Steve Dial. Number 7, Barry's Shelby. Aaron Byron for Steve Gassian and Beth Doyle. And 1 is Shadow of Lindy. Travis Culver, Ted Knight at Englewood Stables. is rolling for the third. Shadow of Lindy better than cash on the inside. In the center, the devil you know always been crazy in Gascoigne Sunday to the outside. Raise U20, Barry Shelby, field of 7, race number 3. It is post time. Field for the third, gathering speed approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough. The devil you know will leave with Shadow of Lindy and Better Than Cash. Always been crazy. Gascoigne Sunday, Raise You 20. And Barry Shelby is trailing the field. The devil you know is devilishly good in the early action and leads Shadow of Lindy by about 5 lengths right now as they race their way on to the opening quarter. Better Than Cash has just 2 better than him right now. And then racing position fourth has always been crazy. Then Gascoigne Sunday as the field races their way past that opening quarter. The trailing pair of Raise You 20 and Barry's Shelby. On they race around the turn, and it's the devil you know who's got the lead. The devil you know, Shadow of Lindy, now Better Than Cash, moves on the outside, and Gascoigne Sunday is situated second over fourth. Always been crazy. Fifth down to the inside, Barry Shelby to the outside, and Race U20. They race their way on up to the half. The devil you know and Scotty Coulter leads Better Than Cash. Shadow of Lindy third to the inside, 2 1/4 from the lead. Gascoigne Sunday is fourth, and always been crazy. Now is out of this one with a break, and they race their way on into the back stretch. And it is the devil you know who still has the lead. The devil you know, Better Than Cash, Shadow of Lindy. Gascoigne Sunday is looming from second over fourth. Barry Shelby fifth, and Raise You 20 is sixth, but it is still the devil you know. There goes Gascoigne Sunday now, and Gascoigne Sunday is pressed on the gas pedal and is driving on the outside now, and is moved alongside the devil you know, and then racing third. Shadow of Lindy in fourth is Better Than Cash. Gascoigne Sunday leads at a length and a quarter as they turn for home. 3/4 was 127 and 2. Gascoigne Sunday and Austin. Sorry, the devil you know and Scotty Coulter is second now. Trying to hold for third is Shadow of Lindy. It is Gascoigne Sunday, the winner. The devil you know is second. Then Shadow of Lindy and Barry Shelby. 156 and 4. Gascoigne Sunday. There is the winner, Gascoigne Sunday, and the winning drive to Austin, Surrey. Gascoigne Sunday, owned by Rachel Andrew, who's also the trainer. 5-year-old hilarious Halo Bay gelding. 18th win lifetime for Gascoigne Sunday. 9th win this year. The third race, payouts 5, Gascoigne Sunday 210, 210, 210. 3, the WNO 440, 210. 1, Shadow of Lindy 230, $2 exact rate 90, dollar try $15. Dollar Super 110.75. Third race, order of finish from the top down 3527164. That's 3527164. out for the fourth on parade. One, St. Lad's Flash, Nick Boyd for Eric Wilson and St. Lad's Farm. Number 2 is F350. Ryan DeRoche for Sally Peacock and Kim Peacock. Number 3 is Any Moment, Any Time. Austin Torrey for Nelson White and Vicky White. 4 is I'd Imagine. Phil Hudon for Derek Anderson and Gordon Mason. 5 is Perfect Time. Sylvain Lacaille for Kelly Duval Lacaille. Number 6, Brightside Maceo, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fried. Number 7, Crooksy, Mary Landberg for Brenda Darrable. And number 8 is Ben on Lucas, Daryl Thiessen for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. Let's get a look at some of the main players in this fourth race. And I want to start with number 6, Brightside Maceo, who's had just one start, but it was a winning start at Hanover. Problem is, that was July the 29th, but it was a good outing. Fired to the front and led all the way. And Brightside Maceo, 8-5 on the board. Now, did qualify just a little more than a week ago, and it was a good qualifier here, 2 minutes and 4/5. Brightside Maceo, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker, is right now the second choice at 8-5. Number 4, I'd Imagine, is the betting favorite and comes in off of a win. Used a favorable post to get a pocket trip. Got shuffled back a little bit on the inside, but then was able to come out and get the win, winning by half a length as the betting favorite, and was also the betting favorite in the start before it. In the 2 starts this year, the favorite in both. A win in a third. I'd Imagine at Phil Hudon for Derek Anderson is a main player in here, and 6-5 on the board. Number 8, Bet on Lucas. Well, tough post position and doesn't have a win in 6 starts, but I think shows enough overall ability. Look, 57-4 here. 2 races ago, compares very nicely with this field. Bet on Lucas from post 8. Tough post assignment. 13-1 might make it worthwhile, though. And number 5, Perfect Time. Well, 43 starts without a win, but beaten just a length and a quarter last him out. Maybe this is the perfect time for Sylvain Lacaille. And this 4-year-old Perfect Union horse, Perfect Time, is 18-1. Fans are on number 4, I'd Imagine, 7-5. I went to 6, Brightside Maceo, hoping to get a little bit of a price. I thought all the money would go to I'd Imagine. But right now, Brightside Maceo is 8-5. Gates rolling for the 4th, St. Lad's Flash and F350. Any moment, any time on the inside of the center, I'd Imagine. Perfect Time to the outside, Brightside, Maceo, Crooksy, and Bet on Lucas. And the lights are flashing. We've got a starter's recall. Fans note number 2 F350 suffering broken equipment before the start. Once again, the gate is rolling. It's the fourth race on a Wednesday night at Flamboro Downs. Take two. Field of 8 for the fourth dash. Into the stretch drive. Here they come. And the field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough. I'd imagine perfect time. Right side Mateo is bright early and is going to flash right out and try to come on and grab the early lead and is able to do so. Then it is I'd imagine and perfect time, and St. Lad's flashes on the inside racing fourth. Then it is back to Crooksy and Bet on Lucas in any moment, any time. And F350 is back trailing the field. Bright side Mateo has got the lead. Perfect time on the outside now. He's going to stride up and take the front. 29 and 2 is the opening quarter. Brightside Maceo is going to loop back around and reclaim the lead over perfect time. Then I'd imagine's racing third. St. Lad's flash fourth. Then Crooksy and Ben on Lucas. And then it is back to any moment, any time. And F350 is trailing the field, and they race their way up to the half. Right side, Maceo. J.B. Renault's got the lead. Perfect time in the pocket. There goes, I'd imagine, now to the outside, and working first over in just a length back. St. Lad's flashes to the outside, rolling forth, and then Crooksy and Bet on Lucas, and any moment, any time. And then F350 on down the back stretch to go. Brightside Maceo's got the lead of a 59 and 2 halftime and a 30-second second panel breather. Up to challenges, I'd imagine, and third is perfect time. Those three have a bit of separation. On the fourth one, St. Lad's flash. And then it is Crooksy, Ben on Lucas, any moment, any time, and F350. But it is Brightside Maceo leading by about 2 lengths, 3/4, 128 and 3. Brightside Maceo, perfect time, and I'd imagine in pursuit of Brightside Maceo, who leads as they come to the top of the stretch. Brightside Maceo, I'd imagine on the outside and on the inside, perfect time. Brightside Maceo, perfect time up the inside, but Bright Side Maseo was brightest of all in the fourth and wins it going away. I thought it was perfect time, and I'd imagine and Crooksy to round out the top four. 158 and 3, Bright Side Maseo. There's a look at the winner, number 6, Bright Side Maseo. J.P. Renault, the winning driver. Bright Side Maseo is a 2-year-old Panther Hanover Bay gelding. Owned by Dr. Terry Fry, Julie Walker, the trainer. Bright Side Maseo, 2 for 2 in the win column lifetime. Mile of 158 and 3. The fourth race payout, 6 Bright Side Maseo, 290, 250, 210. 5 perfect time, 580, 250. 4 I'd imagine, 210. $2 exactor, 30, 30. Dollars ride, 20, 180. Dollars super, 100, 45.10. And note the dollar pick 333, 155.75. The fourth race, order of finish from the top 5, 6, 8, 3, 2, 1, 4, 7. That's 5, 6, 8, 3, 2, 1, 4, 7 on the bottom. for the fifth on parade, one is Aino Mac Aaron Byron for 2010 Greta. Number two to Jennifer's credit, Travis Conner for Sean Arnott. And number three, Final Cheese Recipe, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Kim and Dan Sargent. And four is You Have Better Jennifer Daryl Thiessen for Scott West. Five is Bride Down Royal Art, Paul McKenzie for Mike Sumner and Shay Sumner. Number six, Simon Said, Colin Keller for Joe Squires and Bobby Weinhold Harris. Number seven, choreographer, Scott Quiller, Scott West. It is Big Bully, Sylvan Lakai for Kelly DeVal Lakai and Christopher Cloutier. 9 is Curious Cortez, Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau and Brandon Giroux. It's a field of 9 for race number 5. Dash features the Super High 5, and let's get a look at some of the main players in here. I want to stay right there with number 9, Curious Cortez. Now, it is a tougher post position, the trailer post, and not always easy to get a good position off the trailer post. And there is gate speed with I Ain't No Mac down to the inside of Austin so he can get up on his back. Curious Cortez is one that has been racing really well. Saw this one at Grand River back in August and won 3 in a row there. And most recently raced here above this class and finished third to a couple of good ones. Curious Cortez, Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau. I think you're going to be able to get a wee bit of a price because fans, there's a couple other places fans could go and to spots on the gate. So I'll take a shot at 6-1 with Curious Cortez. Probably will drop down to maybe 4 or 5-1, but I don't think it'll get much lower than that. 3 Final Cheese Recipe is one that raced well at Grand River last race, almost wired the field. Second beaten ahead. That was a nice bounce back performance because had a couple races that didn't go well. But before that, back-to-back runner-up finishes. Final Cheese Recipe can blast off the gate. And Final Cheese Recipe is 4-1. Don't let this one desert your attention. Number 5, Bride on Royal Art was second in 54 and 1 last time out. That was in this class. Races for a barn with a 300 plus training average. Paul McKenzie driving Bride on Royal Art is one that's made about $1,500 per start this year. That's a good measuring stick. Fits well in here. Well, that's why you're looking at 6-5. And number 6, Simon Said, well, a classy veteran looking for career win number 50. And I think fits really well in here. Shows enough speed to be a very big factor. Simon Said, I think is drastically overlooked. 30-1. Simon Said should be a contender in this race. But fans are just missing out on this veteran. Now, I'm not saying he's going to win, but I am saying that I think he's going to be at least a player in this race. 30-1, Colin Kelly for Joe Squires. is rolling for race number 5. I ain't no Mac. To Jennifer's credit and final cheese recipe on the inside. In the center, you have better Jennifer Bride on Royal Art. To the outside, Simon said, choreographer and Big Bully. And the second tier, Curious Cortez. It's a field of 9 for the 5th race. They are gathering speed approaching the start. There at the start of the rough, and you have better Jennifer, choreographer blasting out. To Jennifer's credit and final cheese recipe. On they work around that first turn, and right now it is to Jennifer's credit who's got the lead. Final cheese recipe is second. You have better Jennifer third. Then it is I Ain't No Mac and Bride on Royal R. Then back to Simon Set and choreographer Curious Cortez got away 8th from the trailer post, and then Big Bully, and they race on to the opening quarter. Final cheese recipe leads at a couple of lengths right now. To Jennifer's credit is racing second. You have better Jennifer third. I Ain't No Mac for 27-2 opening quarter. Then it is Bride on Royal and Simon Said. Then to the outside, now up and moving is Curious Cortez. Then it is back to choreographer, and Big Bully is trailing the field. Final cheese recipe leads as they come up to the half. To Jennifer's credit is racing second. You have better Jennifer. Now Bride on Royal R has got cover and is working second over fourth. I Ain't No Mac is down to the inside. They work their way on into the backstretch, and it is still final cheese recipe over to Jennifer's credit. You have better Jennifer's racing third. I Ain't No Mac is fourth, and then Bride on Royal Art. And Simon Said. Then it is Curious Cortez, and choreographer is out 4 wide and is quickly moving from the backfield. And then Big Bully, it is final cheese recipe. You have better Jennifer to Jennifer's credit. And now coming on, Curious Cortez is 3 wide and is closing rapidly. Final cheese recipe. Here comes Curious Cortez, and then you have better Jennifer to Jennifer's credit. Choreographer on down the stretch route they come, and Curious Cortez trying to call her final cheese recipe. Curious Cortez is gonna come on by and win it. Then it is final cheese recipe. Brad on Royal Art, and I Ain't No Mac won 55-3. Curious Cortez. Back in front of us, the winner of race 5. It's 9. Curious Cortez, 7-year-old Big Jim Brown gelding. Austin Sorry with the winning drive for trainer Richard Barreau. The owner is Brendan Chirot. 8th win for Curious Cortez this year, 25th lifetime. Curious Cortez and Austin Sorry takes race number 5, 155-3. noted as the driving double on the evening for Austin Sorey. The fifth race payout to 9, Curious Cortez. 9, 24, 70 and 283. Final Cheese Raspy, 350 and 240. And 5, Bry Down Royal Art, 240. $2 Exactor, 36.10. Dollar Try, 61.50. Dollar Pick 5, 1100, 27.50. Dollar High 5, 1800, 68.10. The fifth race, order finish from the top, 452 736 981. That's 452 736 981. For race number 6 on parade, 1 Silver Sea, Travis Henry for Terry Gallant and Jennifer Leaning. Number 2 is Reach Out, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen. Number 3 is Indigenous Hanover, Jay Harris for Nikki Comegna and Bruna Comegna. Number 4 is YS Better's Legacy, Daryl Thiessen for Jim Lee. 5 is Feisty Like Fire, Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 6, Silverback Jack, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Marissa Wilson. And number 7 is 3 Somewhere, Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau and Normand Beausoleil. It's a field of 7 for race number 6. Let's get a look at this field, and this is also the start of the Pick 5. And want to start with number 6, Silverback Jack. One that, well, you just go back a few weeks ago, was one that had was winless on the season going back at the end of August. Then all of a sudden steps up with a big effort in 56-4 to win, and that was August the 28th. And then since then, a 5th and a 6th, but after that, a 3rd, and then 2 dominant wins at Grand River, one by 4.5 and one by 10. So Silverback Jack now 3 wins in the past 6 starts and really rolling, especially those last 2, just dominant. Look at the time of that last one, 54-4. So this is one that was the 7,000 claiming condition, is in tougher, but the speed that he flashed and the way that he did it, I'm willing to take him on top here. Usually I wouldn't do that off of that class moving up, but 3-1, he looked really sharp. Number 7, 3 Somewhere, is one that's been racing really well since getting away from Mohawk the last 3 starts, getting to Grand River from Mohawk and really coming on well for Richard Moreau. Was 3rd, beaten a neck last time out in 56-4. Really fine form and does show the ability to race from off the pace if need be. Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau, 5-1. Number 2, Reach Out, is the 3-2 betting favorite. Now this is one that made a start here for Jody Cullen here October the 1st, so just a few days ago, and didn't really do much at all. Just well, was way back, 16 lengths back at the quarter, and then just toured around the track. Now look at good back half, just didn't do much early, but Reach Out, that was a primer, because now post position 2, you'd have to think you're going to get more of an effort like September 24th, racing here and fired to the front, led a long way before finishing 3rd in 56-2. Reach Out is getting a lot of love. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen, and understandably so. 8-5 on the board. I anticipated him being the favorite, bouncing back, getting a lot of love despite that last start. That really was just like a training trip. And number 4, YS Better's Legacy, was 3rd, beaten just a length last time out, and certainly one that can be a pretty big factor. It was 3rd behind 3 Somewhere, who was really good. So YS Better's Legacy is one that I think can get on the ticket. Daryl Thiessen for Jim Lee, 8-1. Fans are on number 2, Reach Out, 8-5 favorite, but I'm taking another shot with Silverback Jack, 2-1, moving up in class. Gate is rolling for race number 6. Silver Sea, reach out on the inside. In the center, Indigenous Hanover, YS Matters Legacy, feisty like fire. To the outside, Silverback Jack and 3 somewhere. It's a field of 7 for race number 6, and it's post time. Field of 7 for the 6th race. They're into the stretch drive, gathering speed, approaching the start. And Reach Out is gone off stride. Feisty like fire, Silver Sea. Then Indigenous Hanover and YS Better's Legacy. Then it is Silverback Jack and 3 somewhere. And on around that first turn they go. Indigenous Hanover has the front. Silver Sea is seen second. Feisty like fire third. YS Better's Legacy, Silverback Jack and 3 somewhere. And on they race to the opening quarter. Indigenous Hanover leads it by 2 right now. Silver Sea is second. Feisty like fire third. YS Better's Legacy, Silverback Jack and 3 somewhere. And on they race around the turn. Solid opening panel, 27 and 2. And it is Indigenous Hanover and Jay Harris with the front. Racing second, Silver Sea. Feisty like fire is on the inside and is racing position to third. Then it is on the inside, YS Better's Legacy. Silverback Jack is on the outside, and we'll have covers Feisty like fire fired out from third. They race their way past the half 56 into a 29-second panel. It's Indigenous Hanover, Feisty like fire. Silver Sea. Silverback Jack is getting closer now, second over. Feisty like fire has come on to take the lead. Feisty like fire, Indigenous Hanover, Silverback Jack getting up a little bit closer from third. And there goes 3 somewhere now. And 3 somewhere is coming alongside Silverback Jack and now is taking over second. Feisty like fire, 3 somewhere. Silverback Jack, center of the track, Indigenous Hanover on the inside. And then it is back to Silver Sea and YS Better's Legacy. Feisty like fire, still with the front. 3 somewhere in Silverback Jack chasing, but feisty like fire as they turn on down the stretch drive. Off that 3/4, 125 and 1. Feisty like fire, Silverback Jack. Feisty like fire is going to win it. Then Silver Sea, Silverback Jack, and close for 4th. 156 and 1. Fans, the inquiry sign move up pertaining to racing action in the stretch. There's the winner, 5 Feisty Like Fire, Jason Ryan, the winning driver. 4-year-old Better Than Shetter Bay Gelding, owned by Rebecca Williamson, trained by Brett Lester, 4th win this year. And the 8th lifetime, Feisty Like Fire, 156 and 1. Fans note the judges ruling that number 6 Silverback Jack caused interference, bearing into the path of number 7 3 Somewhere, and will be placed out of the top four. The new top four will be 5 1 3 4. 6 Silverback Jack will be placed back behind 7 3 Somewhere. So 5 1 3 4, the top four. The sixth race payouts, five. Feisty like fire, $20, 840, 520. One silver C, 890 and $4, and three indigenous Hanover, 780. $2 exactor, 107.20. Dollar try, 548.30. Dollar super, 1,539.20. And the dollar went for 270.10. The sixth race will finish from the top down is at 2-7. Then fourth place third, fifth placed fourth, 1. 3 place six, Silverback Jack placed from third back to sixth, and then on the bottom is sixth place 5. So from the top down after the placing, 2-7, 3-4, 1-6-5. Field for race number 7 on parade 1. Fear the Captain, Pat Hudon for Jim Wilson. Number 2, Love is Alive, Phil Hudon for Jack Moisev, Joanne Colville, and Nancy McNevin and Mark Main Prize. And number 3 is Petey, Daryl Thiessen for Jay Conklin and Joyce Jones. Number 4 is Dr. Grenfell, Ken Oliver for Milton Young. 5, Bold Bet, Jason Bryant for Kenroy Scaife. Number 6, Shout It Out Loud, Paul McKenzie for Chantel Mitchell and Mitchell DiCenzo and Anthony DiCenzo. And number 7, Written in Stone, Dave Duncan for Brenda Duncan. 8 is Time Stand Still, Scott Quilliver, Sean Arnott, and Joe Tinelli. And 9 is Max Patrick, Travis Henry for Gabby Sasso and Jeffrey Corchens and Mart West Racing. Field of 9, race number 7. This dash does feature the start of the late pick 4. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we got to start with number 3, Petey, because, well, what has he done? Well, 4 consecutive wins coming in, and the last 2 were in this class, the first 2 in a maiden class, and certainly has looked good and shows versatility. Can fire out, but also can race with from a bit off the pace. And Petey, 4 wins in a row. Daryl Thiessen for Jay Conklin, 3-5 betting favorite, back in the same class as the last 2 wins. Others to look at here. How about number 6, Shout It Out Loud, and one that left from post 7 in each of the last couple races. Was second to Petey by just a neck 2 races ago, and last race was third as a Bold Bet, the 5-horse here, managed to get in front of Shout It Out Loud, finishing second to Petey. Shout It Out Loud and Paul McKenzie for Chantel Mitchell, 11-1. Well, number 5, Bold Bet, I just mentioned, was second to Petey last start, and that certainly was a nice effort. The start before it made a break, so needed that flat line, but actually that was much better than just a flat line. Second beaten 3/4 of a length to Petey. So Bold Bet and Jason Ryan for Kenroy Scaife is one that's getting a fair amount of betting action and is the second choice right now, 4-1. And 9, Max Patrick, 6-1 on the board, was a winner in a maiden class here 2 races ago. Last race finishing 4th in this non-winners at 2 class. It was a decent overall effort. Max Patrick, it belongs somewhere on the ticket, 6-1. Travis Henry for Gabby Sasso. Fans are all over number 3, Petey, to keep the win streak alive and stretch it to 5. 4-5 is the price. Gate is rolling for race number 7. It's a field of 9. Here they come. Field for race number 7 is at the start and they're off. And blasting from the outside is Time Stand Still, not standing still at all, and also getting out well. Love is Alive and Fear the Captain on the inside, but from post 8, Time Stand Still has got the lead. Love is Alive is second, Fear the Captain third, and then it is Shouted Out Loud, and back to Max Patrick. Then it is back further to right now racing third from last is Bold Bet, and then Written in Stone and Dr. Grenfell. And way back, Petey did not make the start. They raced their way on around the turn. And it is Time Stand Still with the lead. Time Stand Still, Love is Alive, Fear the Captain, and to the outside, Max Patrick is racing on the outside. Max Patrick is coming up quickly now and being followed by Bold Bet, Fear the Captain, fifth to the inside. Then Shouted Out Loud, Written in Stone, and Dr. Grenfell, and they work their way on past the half and they race their way to the 5/8. And on top is Time Stand Still. Max Patrick challenging. Love is Alive is on the inside. Bold Bet is situated second over fourth. Fear the Captain to the inside fifth. Then it is back to Shout It Out Loud, Written in Stone and Dr. Grenfell. And now Love is Alive has come on to get the lead, or rather that is Max Patrick who's got the lead. Bold Bet is racing second, and then grabbing third is Love is Alive. It is Max Patrick and Travis Henry leading a couple of lengths over Bold Bet. Love is Alive to the outside third for Phil Houdon, and Shout It Out Loud is racing fourth, and then Fear the Captain. On down the stretch drive they come, and it is Max Patrick, but here comes Bold Bet. Bold Bet is closing hard. Bold Bet is trying to get there at the finish and will beat Max Patrick, and then Love is Alive and Shout It Out Loud. We'll give you the miles shortly. Fans note the inquiry sign goes up pertaining to the start and number 3, Petey. Fans note there will be a refund of number 3, Petey, outside of the Fair Star pole at the start of the race. Refund at 3, Petey. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 7, it's 5, Bold Bet. 3 are all bets off, Bay Gelding. Driving double for Jason Ryan. The trainer and owner is Ken Royskay of Brampton. It's the third win this year in lifetime, Bold Bet. Once again, fans note number 3, Petey, is refunded. The seventh race payouts: 5 Bold Bet, 280, 210, 210. 9 Max Patrick, 280, 210, and 2 Love is Alive, 240. $2 exactor pays 11.50. Dollar try 16.60. Dollar super 60.35. The seventh race, or her finish from the top, is 5 3 and then 9 refund. 714682. That's 5 3 9 refund. 714682 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 8 on Parade 1. Sweet Alex, JB Bruno for Julie Walker and Overseas Farm. Number 2 is Murphy Joseph, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis and Keith Castle. And number 3, Smokin' Hot Dude, Ron DeRoche for Julie Walker and Teresa Davidson. And number 4, When You're Hot, Phil Houdon for Jack Moisev and Kokomo Stables, and Nancy McNevin and Jennifer Gale. 5 is Rest of Spirit, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Wayne McCrae, and Daniel Ross. And number 6, Zippin' and Rippin', Travis Embry for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing. Number 7, Smart and Sassy, Samuel Filia for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing and Gary Volpe. Number 8, Lisbon Sealster, Jay Harris for Eric Nadeau and Gaston Bibo. And 9 is Lige Sealster, Scott Quilter for Anthony Beaton and Mac and Carol Nickel. It's a field of 9 for race number 8. Let's get a look at some of the main players in here. And, well, one that's not getting a lot of love on the board, 16-1, number 4, When You're Hot, makes a first start. But you do see this one flashing a bit of speed and did qualify in 56-3 last time out. Good 57-3 back half. When You're Hot, sent up by Jackie Moe, Phil Houdon driving. And I think could be a lot better than the odds. I wanted to take a flyer and get one at a price because I thought number 7, Smart and Sassy, was going to get heavily bet. Has to deal with post position 7 here. Got a pocket trip from post position 6, and this will now be the second start here at Flamboro after shipping in from south of the border. Smart and Sassy, certainly that was a good start, but 7 wins without a win. 3-2 on the board, sent up by Blake McIntosh, Sammy Filia driving. 9, Lige Sealster, well improved last time up and has to deal with the trailer post, but it was a good start at Grand River. Lige Sealster, Scotty Coulter, 13-1. And number 3, Smokin' Hot Dude, well, is one that's been off a while, but has flashed and won at Georgian in 57 in the one of the 3 starts that this 2-year-old had. Smokin' Hot Dude, Ron DeRoche for Julie Walker, 9-1. The fans are all over 7, Smart and Sassy. I anticipated this one getting an enormous amount of love, so I took a flyer on number 4, When You're Hot, 14-1. It's a field of 9 for race number 8. Sweet Alex, Murphy Joseph, and Smokin' Hot Dude on the inside. In the center, When you're hot, you're hot. Rest of spirit to the outside. Zipping and ripping, smart and sassy. And Lisbon Sealster, the second tier Leash Sealster. Field for the eighth race is at the start, and way back at the start was the two. And driving out is Rest of Spirit, Smart and Sassy. Sweet Alex on the inside as they drive it around the turn. Rest of Spirit, not resting early, has a lead of about 2 1/4. Smart and Sassy second. Sweet Alex third. When you're hot is racing fourth. Then it's back to Lee Sealster, Lisbon Sealster, Smoking Hot Dude, and Zippin' and Rippin'. And on they race their way on past the opening quarter, and it is Rest of Spirit and Travis Cullen who's got the lead. Smart and Sassy is positioned second, then Sweet Alex and When You're Hot, as they work on around the turn, and they come off the turn heading towards us. Rest of Spirit has the lead as they race up towards the half off that 28-3 opening quarter. Smart and Sassy is right there racing second. Sweet Alex third. When You're Hot is fourth in front of Lee Sealster, and then Lisbon Sealster, 58-4 the halftime. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Rest of Spirit, Travis Cullen's got the lead. Smart and Sassy second. Sweet Alex is third. Now When You're Hot took to the outside and is in front of Lee Sealster. But it is Rest of Spirit who's now starting to get away on the field. And Rest of Spirit leads right now by about 4.5. 127-4 the 3/4. Rest of Spirit is now in a festive spirit. Leads it by about 5. Smart and Sassy and Sweet Alex. And then racing fourth, When You're Hot. Rest of Spirit on down the stretch drive, and Rest of Spirit is going to be able to rest a bit now coming to the finish. Has this one shown up. Then for second, it's going to be Smart and Sassy, Sweet Alex, and When You're Hot. 157 flat. Rest of Spirit. Fans, the inquiry sum will go up pertaining to the start of this dash. And number 2. Back in front of us, the winner of race 8. It's number 5, Rest of Spirit. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. Jody Cullen, the trainer. The owner's Wayne McRae and Daniel Ross, a 2-year-old McWicked Bay Colt. First lifetime win for Rest of Spirit. Fans note number 2, Murphy Joseph will be refunded. Refund 2 out of the 8th. Judged to have been outside of the fair start pole at the start of the race. The 8th race payouts 5. Rest of Spirit 55, 37, 60, and 537. Smart and Sassy 270 and 280. And 1 Sweet Alex 290. $2 exactor 60, $70 try 104, 65, 20 cent super 457.80. Eighth race order finish from the top. 3. DNF refund 7418265. That's 3. DNF refund 7418265. Field 4, race number 9, number 8. 1, Don't Poke the Dragon. Travis Culliver, Jody Cullen, and Paul Sanders. And number 2, Rock and Twist. Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau and Keith Castle. Number 3, Hunter Hill. Daryl Thiessen versus Scott West. Number 4, Cheddar Bay. Jay Harris for Peter Core and Don and Heather McGregor. 5 is Lawless Shadow. Tyler Moore for Dr. Ian Moore and R.G. McGrip Limited and Sir Savard and Frank Cannon. And number 6 is P.L. Oliver, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis. Number 7, No Plan Intended, Phil Houdon for Carl Jamieson and Danny Bird. It's a field of 7 for race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, of course, we have to start with number 5, Lawless Shadow. Well, Lawless Shadow is only $28,000 away from the $1 million lifetime mark. And Lawless Shadow did not add to that last time up, but that was the first start back after missing a scheduled start due to sickness. But look, you don't have to go very far back. You look down the page into July and you see a win in 148 and 4, followed up by a win in 49 and 2. And those were in some solid condition ranks, and then moved right up. And you see this one going down and racing in Charlottetown was second in the elimination Gold Cup and Saucer, and then fifth in the final. But Lawless Shadow is just a classy veteran 5-year-old with closing in on the $1 million mark. So a lot of winning by Lawless Shadow. Talmore for Dr. Ian Moore, strong connections. 3-2. Number 1, Don't Poke the Dragon, though, is a very nice, classy veteran and is coming in off of a second beaten and nose to Hunter Hill, who got by. And also, Don't Poke the Dragon was second beaten ahead the start before that. So just not getting racing luck, but certainly racing well. Travis Cullen, Jody Cullen, strong connections, 2-1. Number 3, Hunter Hill. Well, what has he done of late? How about winning back-to-back races? Now, 2 races ago, that was against Cheaper, but then stepped up, tried this class, and was able to get the job done, went to the front, and was able to hold on, just holding off. Don't Poke the Dragon to win by a nose. Hunter Hill, 5-2. And number 2, Rock and Twist. Well, we'll rock in from Mohawk, and is back with Richard Moreau. And Rock and Twist, second start back with Richard, had been with him before. He's kind of been bouncing around getting claimed between Carmen Osiello and Richard Moreau. Has been taking turns in those barns. And Rock and Twist certainly has a lot of credentials. You see this one with a season's mark this year of 150. Well, a career mark, 150. Taken in a win August the 12th and an optional 45,000 claimer. Rock and Twist, 10-1. Gate is rolling for the ninth. Don't poke the dragon. Rock and twist on the inside. In the center, Hunter Hill, Cheddar Bay. Lawless Shadow on the outside, Peel Oliver. And no plan intended. It's a field of nine. Field of seven for race nine. They're at the start in the rough, and the inside five are all driving out. Lawless Shadow trying to get the better of the ones to his inside. Don't poke the dragon, though. Is going to poke through on the inside. Rock and twist to second. Lawless Shadow third and continues to drive. And then Hunter Hill, Cheddar Bay, Peel Oliver, and no plan intended. Don't poke the dragon's got the lead. Lawless Shadow continues to march on the outside. Don't poke the dragon. Lawless Shadow, Rock and twist third. And Hunter Hill is racing for 26 and 2 the opening quarter. Lawless Shadow driving on the outside. Now is going to clear to the front, but not without a little bit of sting taken out. Don't Poke the Dragon is racing second, and Hunter Hill is up hunting on the outside now as they race off the turn. And Rock and Twist is racing fourth in a gap of a couple of lengths. Back to Cheddar Bay, Peel Oliver, no plan intended. It is Lawless Shadow at the half and 54 and 2 at 28 seconds, second panel. Lawless Shadow, Hunter Hill on the outside, Don't Poke the Dragon, enjoying the view in the pocket, and Rock and Twist is racing fourth. Then Cheddar Bay and Peel Oliver, and no plan intended. It is Lawless Shadow off of 54 and 2 halftime. They race their way on towards three quarters, and Don't Poke the Dragon is right there, nose to helmet in the pocket. Hunter Hill may have flattened out a little bit first over him and is dropping back, and then Rock and Twist is fourth in Cheddar Bay. Now sent out three wide, and then Peel Oliver, and no plan intended. It is Lawless Shadow. Here comes Don't Poke the Dragon. Isn't going to poke around and is going to pop out right now. Don't Poke the Dragon trying to take down Lawless Shadow. Lawless Shadow and Don't Poke the Dragon to think I'm going to finish. Lawless Shadow came on the inside, but Don't Poke the Dragon off the perfect trip is going to combine win. Lawless Shadow second, Rock and Twist, and then no plan intended. 152 and 1. Don't Poke the Dragon. Back in front of us, one, Don't Poke the Dragon. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. 6-year-old Custard, the Dragon Bay Gelding, owned by Paul Sanders and JJJ Stables. Travis shares in ownership. Jody Cullen, the trainer, 5th win this year, 31st lifetime. Don't Poke the Dragon, 152 and 1. The ninth race, payouts 1, Don't Poke the Dragon, 890, 320, 230. 5, Lawless Shadow, 210, 210, 2, Rock and Twist, 420. $2 exactor, 1430. Dollar try, 2450. Dollar super, 100, 4630. Ninth race, order of finish from the tops, 1375264. That's 1375264 on the bottom. Field for race number 10 on parade. 1, Harry G. Jason Ryan for Mike Saftik and Christina Saftik. Number 2, You Can Have It All, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. And number 3, Adore Him, Jay Harris for Kurt Blake and Robert Blake. 4 is Better Be Going, Scott Kohler for Wilfred Perot and Grant and Joanne Kernow. 5 is Scratched, and number 6, Mr. Beast, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Rose Smith. Number 7, Better Be Gouda, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Leanne Murphy. Number 8 is Sir Pugsley, Samuel Filia for Taylor Fritz and G. Thankstable. And 9 is Sports Section, Talbot for Francis Gilmet and Stefan Joffrey. It's a field of 8 for race number 10. Well, let's get a look at this field, and we'll start on the inside with 1, Harry G. One that, last raced at Kawartha, and Harry G is one that has just a couple of wins on the year, but 22 wins overall. Look, that last race at Kawartha, 53-3, pretty solid outing, and is one that I think fits well in here, should get off the gate well. Raced at Grand River 2 races ago in a class similar to this one, and was really good, second to Beaten and Neck. I expect an effort like that. In fact, it was racing well before that last start at Kawartha, and that wasn't really a bad outing. And Harry G from post 1, 9-5, slight favorite. Number 2, You Can Have It All, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. This is one that makes a first start since shipping into Ontario for Ashley Hensley. 4 wins in 13 starts on the year. But the thing is, hasn't raced since August the 30th and missed time due to sickness, but still overall compares well, and a strong barn. Eddie Hensley, 7-1. Number 6, Mr. Beast, is one that, you do see a 50-4 at Mohawk 3 races ago, but since then finished 3rd at Grand River in a field that compares well to this one. And then last time out, 4th beaten 3/4, really good finish there, and that's a race that Harry G was 2nd, so certainly does compare well. Mr. Beast, 9-2. Colin Kelly for Brett Lester is having a really good year. And number 9, Sports Section, trailer post position, but overall, Sports Section I think is one that fits with this group at least well enough to be used, possibly towards the bottom of the ticket at a bit of a price, 12-1 to help it pay. Field of 8 for race number 10. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. Field 4, race number 10. is at the start and the rough, and getting out well, Mr. Beast and Better Be Gouda, and on the inside, Harry G and Adore Him as they driving around the turn, but Harry G uses that inside advantage to take the lead. But still pressing is Better Be Gouda. Adore Him's racing in the two wide path racing third. Then You Can Have It All. Mr. Beast is trying to take back and find a seat on the inside. Then Sports Section. And back to Better Be Going. And Sir Pugsley. Better Be Gouda from an outside post cleared to the front. Harry G, though, is racing in the pocket. And then You Can Have It All. Mr. Beast has been issued the parking ticket. It is now going to drive on the outside. And his third, You Can Have It All, is racing position fourth. Sports Section outside five. Then Adore Him and Better Be Going as they work on towards us and trailing the field is Sir Pugsley. It is Better Be Gouda leading. Mr. Beast to the outside. Harry G is racing on the inside third. Sports Section. And then it is back to You Can Have It All and Better Be Going. They race past the 5/8. Adore Him is second from last, and Sir Pugsley is trailing the field. On down the backstretch they go. Better Be Gouda right now is better by about 3 lengths over Harry G. You Can Have It All now has third. Mr. Beast is dropping back. A wide is Sports Section on the inside is Better Be Going. And then it is back to Sir Pugsley and Adore Him. It is Better Be Gouda, but Harry G is getting a little bit closer. And it is now just a length and a half for Harry G to make up to try to call her. Better Be Good as they turn for home. You Can Have It All is third. Fourth, Better Be Going. On down the stretch drive they come. Harry G up the inside now, blasting up the passing lane. Harry G up the inside to the outside. You Can Have It All. You Can Have It All. I think did get it all. Then Harry G on the inside and close for third. 154 and 3. Back in front of us, the winner of the 10th race, number 2, You Can Have It All, Hurricane Eddie Hensley. Rocks the 10th race like a hurricane. It's a 4-year-old vertical horizon bay gelding owned by Ashley and Ed Hensley. Ashley Hensley is the trainer. 5th win this year, 8th lifetime. You Can Have It All, 154 and 3. The 10th race payouts. Number 2. You can have it all. 1840, 865.51. Harry G, 370 and $3.07. Better be Gouda, $3.70. $2 exactor, 57.30. Dollar try 100, 72.50. Double of 1 and 2, 98.10. Dollar win for 3,500, 15.75. We have a pick 5 carryover into Saturday, 6,183.40. And a dollar high 5 of 5,600, 76.25. Kaboom, shakalaka. The 10th race, order finish 217 4 scratch 8 356. That's 217 4 scratch 8 356 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Thursday evening. Action resumes on. By the way, apparently today is Wednesday. I just got the memo from the video department. We'll race then on Thursday. How about that? With a first race post time of 6:35 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.